All right, hello and welcome everybody. My name is Anna Merrill, also known as Ethan Merrill, and this is a little thing I'm doing called Let's Jam. And I'm streaming my development for the Godot Wild Jam number 16. All right. So, I guess first of all, I have to think about the audience that might be watching this later, so I'm going to try to get through my presentation and review as quick as possible here. Let's see. So yeah, just first I'm gonna do like my little presentation about what this whole thing is and some of the information about it, and then I'll actually review what I've gotten done so far. All right. All right. So let's jam Godot Wild Jam number 16. Let's see, I'm gonna be streaming probably every day this week until the 15th. I actually put a schedule on my website, which you can see there is animeryl.com. Has all the days I'll be streaming and at what time. Basically, the too long don't read is I'm going to be streaming every day, hopefully at around noon, unless if something happens or I get delayed somehow. Let's see. And then I should have removed the thing about not being available yesterday. See, I'll be doing live updates to that GitHub link there, github.com/animeryl/Godot WildJam16. And there is stuff from the other day. I'll try to remember to update that during breaks. Let's see. So the theme of the jam is short on time. And then the 3 wild cards we have, which are just optional challenges that you can do, are include a particle system in your game, include voice acting in your game, and include bells in the game's soundtrack. For technical notes, I am currently on my operating system is Debian 10 New Linux, which is the stable or Buster branch. I did a custom compile of the current master branch as of a few days ago, which is the Godot version 3.2.3, but because I built it custom, it has that long trailing thing. And then I also downloaded the export templates from the website. For art, I'm using Krita version 4.1.7. For potential sound editing, like for recording voices and stuff like that, I'm going to be using Audacity version 2.2.2-1. And then for Git uploading, I'm using Gitcola 3.3-1. Let's see. And so the whole point of this streaming thing is that I wanted to record like an honest development timeline, because there's a lot of great educational material on YouTube for Godot and for game development in general. A lot of it is like pre-prepared stuff. You don't really get to see the person like struggle with a concept and actually put a lot of different ideas into a cohesive product at the end. So that's what this is, and it's probably not going to be great for beginners or people who don't really know what they're doing to begin with. So for that, I have a few links on the page here, and you can either just search for them on YouTube or go to those links. Game Endeavor is really great. He has like a whole series on how to do like he's covering like every step of making a platformer, including like state machines, which is actually something I used during this. And he has like, enemy AI behavior, wall jumping, stuff like that. GD Quest is a really great channel for like learning all the little bits and bobs of Godot and how to work with it. And then Games from Scratch is, he's done videos on the Godot engine, but he also just generally looks at like the foundational installing and getting started with different engines and libraries. For links, I think a couple of these are down in the description anyway, but if you want to check out the jam yourself, that's the first link there on itch.io. And then the Godot WoW Jam homepage, which has like a countdown timer. They're still kind of working on it, but it's whatever. And then for the very latest Godot beta, or at least the version that I'm using, I guess they could have updated it in the last couple days. That's the download link where you can get either the full engine for your operating system. I believe they also have like the Linux server for like multiplayer, and then they have export templates. Obviously, this is not a stable version. Currently, the stable version is 3.1, but for the jam, it was like just an extra suggestion to try to use the latest version and see if you can catch any bugs. So I decided to be a good sport and do that. And then last but not least, shout out to the Stern Flowers team for organizing the jam, and definitely want to give them credit for the inspiration and aesthetic of like my logo cards and stuff. And yeah, let's get to an overview of what we got so far for the actual game. So this is what we got done the other day, and I wrote up a little design document to further explain things. Ooh, and I also connected my controller so you don't have to hear my keyboard clickety clacking while I rapidly tap a button to shoot here. So you can see I got a moving player that shoots little bullets. And as you see, I already killed the enemy, which is bad because I kind of wanted to demonstrate something. At the top left-hand corner there, you got a timer. It's counting down constantly, obviously. I am thinking that this is something we can get into later more in depth, but I'm probably going to make it so that you can only do, like maybe you could do 8 directional movement, but I only want you to be able to shoot in 4 directions, because I'm thinking that doing 8 directional sprites is going to be a siren song that I will not be able to complete within the time of the game jam. So I'm thinking about making it like a twin stick shooter kind of thing, where you move around with the D-pad or WASD if you're on a keyboard, and then you'll be able to use the face buttons or the arrow keys in order to shoot in a specific direction, so you can strafe and shoot in whatever direction you want. Oh, and also the timer apparently does not kill you when you don't get hit by an enemy. And so again, I'll get into this in a minute when I start going over the design document, but like short on time, the theme that we discussed on the day 1 stream was the idea of time as a currency. So, you're in a level and you have a set amount of time, and I decided to basically make the time your health. So you'll see when I get hit by an enemy, it's kind of weird at the moment. I need to give like some kind of noise or visual indicator so it's really clear, but when you get hit by an enemy, it ticks down your time a little bit there. And part of the idea is that in each level, it's going to be like a set of like randomly generated rooms with a randomly spawned enemies of a certain amount, and you have to kill all the enemies in order to progress to the next level. And then whatever time you have left, you'll be able to either spend on upgrades, like so you'll be able to do more damage or stuff like that, or you can just carry over whatever time you have left to the next level so that you have more health / time to do it. Let's see. I think with that, so here's a short little design document that I came up with last stream I did, which I actually did like a night stream where I did some drawing. I did a dramatic reading of this. I will not subject you to that again. I'm sorry for doing it the first time. This is just basically like the back of the box, what will be at the top of the itch.io page. sort of description of the game to hook you in, I guess. I have to work on it, but basically the entire idea is that you're like this alien guy who's a quote-unquote time shifter agent, whatever that means. And you have to go to different dimensions to kill the interlopers there who are feeding on the fabric of space-time and threatening to destroy the universe. It's all fun stuff. And then here's just the synopsis that I already kind of went over. So yeah, randomly generated rooms, randomly spawned enemies, and then as the game progresses, and thinking about every 5 levels, the difficulty will ratchet up by the notch. So there'll be more rooms, more enemies, possibly their health increases, something like that. One of the things that we were talking about a lot on the first stream is that right now there's sort of an imbalance where players who can play really quickly will be able to buy a lot of upgrades and survive longer and, you know, get through each level with more and more time left over to buy upgrades. So there's definitely, I have to find a way to balance it so that, like, you know, the game's not totally unfair, but then also so that eventually, even if you do get a lot of upgrades and stuff, it's still going to be a challenging playthrough. And then I got some stuff about, you know, high score or whatever. And then I would like to add a boss on every like 10 or, you know, 15, 20 floors or something like that. I feel like for the purposes of Game Jam, that's also going to be something that I'm going to probably regret putting too much time into. Like, I should probably focus on just making the core level-to-level gameplay good. And then I had some upgrade ideas. You'll see they're all crossed out because I basically hate all of them. I'm not really sure what to do for upgrades yet. Like, especially I had some that are like multi-shot. You know, you get like another shot at like an arc or something like that, or you get like a split shot so that every arc that you do have fires like 2 bullets at once, stuff like that. I'm afraid with stuff like that, it's gonna end up being like you're just gonna end up like shooting like 100 bullets at once, and it's gonna crash the game or just lag uncontrollably, and it will probably be hard to balance for like enemy challenge as well if you start doing like too much damage over time. Then I got some enemy ideas. The one I'm going to be focusing on today is this time muncher enemy, who all it is if the player is in like a certain radius of them, they'll start jumping after you, and if they touch you, they hurt you. I also have an idea for a charging enemy who like just kind of does their own thing, but as soon as you get into their line of sight, they charge at you really quickly. And then I got enemies who shoot at you, and then also teleport randomly around the room. Enemies who teleport randomly around the room, but then also spawn enemies. So those would be really difficult, especially if you have to kill all the enemies to progress to the next level. And then I got this little to-do list. So what I'm hoping to get done today is to create the basic AI behavior for that time muncher enemy, and then handle like spawning them around the map. And then I also want to try maybe starting on like a random level generator, which we'll get to that in a bit probably. And then I got, you know, just other things to hopefully keep me on track here. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then for the quote-unquote voice acting, I'm thinking about doing like at the start screen, it's like gonna go like time shifter or something like that, and game over when you lose. It's not really voice acting. I would like to try to find opportunities to do like more in-depth voice acting, but I'm not really sure you're going to be able to really fit into, you know, a roguelike game where, you know, speedy game loops is, you know, getting from one level to the next without really too much distraction is a big core of those kind of games, you know. I think with that, That's our design document overview. And then here, I pulled this up. This is what I was working on the other day. It's pretty janky. But first, just in case, let's see. I did want to pull this up. This is like the actual design of the main character that I came up with on the first stream during our brainstorming session. Yeah, I decided to name him Quasar, which is probably a totally original name. And these are vaguely what I want maybe the Time Munchers to look like. But then, yeah, I did this, and originally here, I'll play it out for you. Here's the money shot here. So I started out by doing like a full 8-directional turnaround here. And like at this point, I was feeling pretty confident the other day. You know, it's like, oh, well, it's like mildly janky, you know, it's sketchy looking, but it looks pretty good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment on the design. I'm hoping that over the week it'll finally concretize into like something really solid. I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to play testing and stuff like that. So yeah, like this isn't perfect, but it looks pretty good. And then I started getting to like walking animations. And first of all, those took forever. But then they're also like, I don't think this one is too bad. Let's see, it's 20 to 28. No, it's not 20 to 28. There's a couple lead up frames here. Let's see, 20 to 35. And as you can tell, we're already starting to get some hiccups. The other day on stream, I tested with bouncing him up and down, and I decided if I'm going to do that, like it looked a little bit better, and I decided if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that in the Godot engine when I'm setting up these animations, because I don't want to like just manually bake that in. And that looked all right. It was, you know, it was serviceable, but then we started getting to, let's see, 42. I think 55. And it's starting to already look pretty rough around the edges. I'm definitely, I think that I'm going to end up taking a different, like I think this was good because it got in my head like, okay, well, this doesn't work. How can I do it better? And I think obviously one of the ways that I can do it better is that I'm just going to, like this is like in 256 by 256, which is our prototype player is only 64 by 64. So this is already like way too big anyway. So I'm probably going to do like a very simplified pixel art style. Not really what I wanted to do. Well, yeah, I was thinking about possibly giving him like a jetpack or something. And, you know, maybe I will do that. It just feels like a cop-out somehow. But it's definitely a way that I could cut down on my effort significantly. Because I would basically just have him in permanent idle. And I would just have to draw the different directions and have him like bob up and down maybe a little bit. Let's see, this is the one where it got really crusty. Let's see, 60 to 75. Where where this thing is going on with his eye is just bulging out like crazy. Yeah, so that was fun. I mean, I definitely like the sketchy style. I really like, you know, kind of like loose. That's true. It is a jam. I should be taking it easy on myself. I always try to be a perfectionist, even though it always just leads to stressing me out. So maybe I should do something along those lines. I'll definitely keep that in mind. It's a good idea. So yeah, and also on top of possibly doing like a hoverboard or jetpack type of thing, I'm definitely going to be doing it in just like a very simple pixel style. I think, like I'll actually do the pixel art at the appropriate zoom level. And I think that's all the art I have so far, unfortunately. Yeah. And then the last thing I wanted to show is not entirely 100% relevant to the jam, but it's a tool I made, and I just want to be honest about things I did off of stream. I felt like this wasn't like no one's wants to sit around and watch me build a tool, and I'm not entirely proud of this anyway. I don't think, because it's basically a Python script that acts as like a shell script, and basically what this was is because Krita outputs only really outputs individual frames, like there's no option to do like a sprite sheet. So it looks like this, where you're getting like 60 frames, you know, which includes all the skipped frames, because, you know, each frame of the animation holds for, you know, an extra frame. And then with the walking animation is even worse. I think there's like 4 frames where each one repeats. So I just basically made a script that would bring it down to like an actual sprite sheet. And so that's going to be a tool that I use later, so that I'm not like manually pasting together sprite sheets. Eventually, I would like to make some sort of smart rendering tool for Krita itself, so you could just directly export a sheet. And whenever I get around to that, I think I might do something like that on stream, or I'll at least share it on my GitHub. But this is a mess, and it probably only works on my operating system with the specific things I have installed. You know, it's basically like, this is a big no-no. It's just like calling system commands over and over, you know, and I basically just use this because I don't really like the syntax of Bash very much. So yeah, apparently we're having some issues getting frames to YouTube. Hopefully the video quality is okay. So yeah, and basically all that does is that I can open up this folder in the terminal, and then here it has, you know, I can name the sheet, I can put a bunch of frames in each row, and that pastes all the rows together to like make a sprite sheet where I can have like every animation on a separate row, and it will automatically fill in like empty gaps for me, or even do like horizontal and vertical gap spacing on a grid. So when it comes around, when I get around to doing the like actual final sprites for the game, I'll demonstrate this a little bit more. I want to start jumping in, because I feel like this enemy AI code is going to take me a while. All right, so. All right. So what do we need? We need so I'm definitely thinking like probably raycast to detect whether or not the player, like if the enemy can see the player, because like, you know, I want it to be so that it's like in a certain radius, but obviously I don't want him to be able to see the player through a wall. So I think raycast is probably a good way to do that, and I'll just have the raycast constantly pointing towards the player, maybe. This is definitely uncharted territory for me. I don't think I've ever done enemy AI before. Let's see, start out with like a 256 maybe. And then what, I have to look up really quick. What was the player's collision layer? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll do that. I'll definitely do that some other time. Especially if I get around to doing what I was talking about is like, I would really like to make some like smart exporters for Krita so that it can be more useful for game art development things, asset development, asset creation, so that like you can, because it doesn't really like, it's not like Ace Sprite, which has like a really good like sprite sheet generator. Like, so I'd like to add something like that, and I'd really like to add some kind of like texture packer as well, so that you could cut out a lot of the empty space around sprites sometimes. But that'll definitely be a different week, I'm thinking. Let's see, I have to. I guess step one is to get this thing to point at the player. I'm going to set up the state machine as well. Go ahead and transfer these over. We'll need to type them out, I don't think. Looks like my stream's taking a hit today. That's not good. What's going on here? group. I don't know if that can be used to look up though. You might just have to store the player. Kind of defeats the purpose of having it in a group though. So probably think of a more eloquent way to do this later, but just for now I want to get this position raycast to rotate. So let's see. Hey, how's it going? Glad you came back. Right now I'm in the middle of Googling because apparently I don't know how to rotate things towards a position. Probably would have. There really is a. There really is just a function that does that. Point toward? Oh no, but that's a vector thing. I'll try that too, actually. I think this. can't tell if it froze up or if I have a bug. Yep, I sure do. Get parent. It's alright. I don't remember either, which is why I had to be on Google to figure it out. But you know, this is part of the development process. This is just kind of what it's like. Let's see. Let's look at that. Attempt to get node. What do you mean null instance? Get parent. Oh, I know why. Duh. Surprised it didn't give me like some kind of error for that. I think this is why it didn't work. Yeah. Well, that didn't work. All right, so on to the next thing. It's all right. Have a good dinner. Thanks for hanging out for a couple of minutes. Oh, maybe that has something to do with it. I'm gonna try this again, except probably need to get the player.global position maybe. No, just no response. Hmm. Oh my god. That's probably why it didn't work. We probably need to actually use the state machine I made. Okay, first we'll stop. Glad it looks like only 2 people. Well, no, that still didn't work, but alright. Hold on. It's still nothing. What? Okay. So now I'm wondering rotation degrees. And why isn't that going? Let's see, I got the state machine. There we go. All right. So it's officially doing something now. All right. Well, this is manageable though. Obviously in the wrong direction here. I think this is where that post might come in handy. I'm going to add this to the globals because it's kind of a good general function. Basically kind of seems like the same situation. Might be going with this the wrong way here. So, look at must be a node 2D thing, maybe. Perhaps just node. Okay, was there a node 2D? Alright, so we're right at about the first hour here. I think I'm going to take my first short break. Gotta change over some laundry really quick. Gonna take a couple minutes to clear my head and try to get a new perspective on this problem instead of just doing print statements for the next hour. So I will be right back. Alright, hello again everybody, I'm back. Let's get right back into it. Alright, so obviously using the look-at function and something weird is going on where it's slightly off of where it really should be. I think I might have another idea of why that is. Let's see. Recast look at. Wonder. Just expected to use global coordinates. What happens if I just use, like, does this properly look at, because that should look directly at the origin, which is right here. Hey, welcome back. Should be right above that tile. Yeah, still working on it. See, I don't know why that happens. So, like, there's basically something good happening here. It's just going in the wrong direction. I'm wondering if it's hold on. Maybe the problem is that it's expecting it to point this way, because that should be how Cartesian rotation works. There we go. All right. So now it should work if I put in player dot. Even got a couple of spots here where we can check if it can see through. Well, I got one spot where I can check that. Should and I can get collider. that, of course, works. Now the real test. Let's see. Oop. Let's see, project settings. I'm gonna go ahead and reduce the test window size. Let's see, what is, no, not calendar. So it should be 640 by 60. There we go. So cannot see until I get out from behind the wall. It's exactly the behavior I wanted. I'll just go ahead and skip an extra step here. And I don't like that. It's more readable this way, even though it's an extra step. And this is where we can start getting into state machine stuff. So Um, you're talking about like I think GD Quest had like a video on that. I tried doing that once, and I found it hard for me to wrap my head around. I do prefer this. I've only started using this approach, but it makes a lot more sense to me. I think I definitely like having because I feel like it's mostly a logical thing, and it makes more sense to have logic in script. Um, Even though like node organization is logic in and of itself, for whatever reason I wasn't able to really wrap my head around it. Let's see. I remember. Okay, so the player is 5 tiles per second. I'm gonna make the time muncher a little bit slower. First, I'm gonna let's see. Vector 2 should be a way for me to like it's definitely one of those things where like so obviously like when I was like in school and stuff, what I learned was like C++ and C language syntax and stuff. So like one of my big problems when it came to working with certain engines before was that like I wanted to programmatically do everything. um, and obviously that isn't the way you do it in Godot either, but I do like that it gives you a lot more freedom. Like I actually did on my GitHub. There's a I just did like a very simple like ASCII art like snake game program where I did the entire thing in like one node in one script, and like that was a really good feeling because like that's something I can wrap my head around. Like that's something I'm used to working with, is like having everything in like one main loop. Like obviously that's not the recommended way to do like especially larger game projects, because you lose out on being able to, there's obviously a lot of good that comes from being able to just like edit levels and edit, you know enemies and objects and stuff inside of a visual editor. But it's also nice to know that you have that control in the scripting level as well. That's definitely one of the things that clicked with me about Godot. Let's see. Move toward, moves vector toward. I think that's what I want. Now I think about this, this is probably the wrong way to go about it, because I probably want to set up some sort of A-star pathfinding with this guy. I would use a navigation mesh, but that always seems to like mess up when it comes to collision. So I would either have them not collide, but then they do weird things like go over, like when they do diagonals past. Like if you have collision on them, they can't do like a diagonal step like that. I feel like I want them to do that. But if you don't have collision at all, they don't make any attempts to, like, they'll like just float over tiles. A-star pathfinding is like it it's basically an algorithm that finds the shortest distance between two nodes, and in this case you would probably think of nodes as being each one of the cells on a tile map. So like if my enemy was over in this position and I wanted to get to the player, like it would do a calculation to see what the cost to move along every path, and it would take whatever shortest viable path it found. And Godot has a way where you can actually set up, let's see, I think it has A-star, yeah. So, and I've never used this before, but basically this lets you do any kind of A-star. So what you'd probably end up doing is you would add points at the center of every tile or something, like whatever you wanted. You know, if you had like something that wasn't tile based but instead was like just like loosey goosey paths, like you drew like a background with like roads over it, you could put points along the road to make sure that the enemies stayed inside of it. And if you had like a branching path or something, it could, you know, A-star would help them find like so if you had like something like this, you know, if an enemy was walking along and it got here and it wanted to get to a target down here, it would know to take this path, but it would equally know, like if it was up here, you know, it should probably go this way instead of looping back around and going down this way. That's like really basic stuff, but if you look it up on YouTube, there's a like really good like explanations of the algorithm in pseudocode. I'm sure there's ones for like Godot specifically as well. But what might be a good idea is to I'm gonna try a nav mesh on the tile set in worst case scenario. I'll make it so that the enemy can't move in diagonals. 32 by 32. That doesn't seem right. Looks like I might have to. Ooh, why would I do that? All right, one open. Not quite what I wanted. Hmm. It just looks like it's just a thing you instantiate through a script. So I'm gonna what are you? Get used cells. Start out easy. Okay, cool. That's basically what I thought it did. So I should be able to get what each tile used is. So get cell, and then I have to remember, because one of them it gets like, yeah, I think it's just get cell position. Okay, so get cell V is like when you have a position and you want to see what tile is underneath it, but just get cell will, and that returns what exactly? Returns the index, which is what I wanted. Okay. And Oop, that's not what I wanted. Just wanted to look at the resource. Want to look at the resource. There it is. Okay. Okay, so ones with the walls should be index 0. And I'm not, I want to say the empty ones will end up being like -1 or something. But I guess we'll figure that out in just a second. You know what? Get use cells. I think I'm thinking about a different function, but so it's only getting walls in this case. What I really wanted was to get all cells within the used area. So there's probably a function for that. Hopefully. Get use rect. No, this is a top-down shooter at this point. Okay. Yeah, this is what I got so far. I'm probably going to restrict it. So right now you can shoot in 8 directions. I'm probably going to reduce that to 4, but you can still move in 8 directions. But then I'll have it be like a twin stick shooter where, you know, if you're on the keyboard, it's going to be WASD to move around, or it'll be the D-pad, and then the arrow keys or the face buttons will shoot in whatever direction you want. Mostly I'm reducing it from 4 or from 8 to 4 directions just because I don't think I'm going to have time to draw an 8-directional sprite. Yeah, I'm definitely a lot more experienced making platformers. Although in the past I have done, like, both of the games I have published on itch right now are just like top-down little puzzle things basically. But I understand platformers a lot better than I do like top-down stuff a lot of the times. Get used rect. Right, that's what I was gonna actually run the game to find out. So is it 0, 0? So again, I think this is based on tile indexes. Actually, I don't actually need to save them. I forgot. I always get confused between how C language for loops work and how Godot and like Python do it. So for x in range doing x first and then y is equally valid, but y2 sorry, it's just kind of good to go and do these kind of loops y and then x, because that's how it renders. It keeps all the logic relatively consistent. And this should work. What? Hold on. Nope. Yep, there we go. Okay, so this should only give us empty tiles within the boundaries of our map, and they're going to be -1 for now. Eventually, I'll probably make art for floor tiles, and then we'll have to check for that that index instead, but this is a good start. So this will give us all of the tiles that do not have walls of them. First, I'm going to fix this up a little bit. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. So obviously we're going to add points, and then I think I'm going to keep a two-dimensional array that will keep track of the maybe I don't have to do that. Hold on. No, I definitely need to do that. So I'm going to keep track of a two-dimensional array, and then that array is going to be like, you can put in X and Y to find whatever ID was assigned to something, and then that tile will check and see if its neighbors are in that two-dimensional array to see if that point was added, and then we'll connect the points using this. And I think all points are going to be bi-directional. There's no reason that it wouldn't be, I don't think. This will hopefully set up the A-star map. I've never done this before, so we'll just see how it goes. can't do that for arrays. Hmm. Let's see. Did that go down? Oh, looks like I might be fine. All right. The live studio thing was giving me some weird indications that the stream went down or something. Is everything all right for the people listening? Let's see. What's that? The weird. Kind of wish that I could give the points names or something. Ultimately, I'm going to have some kind of way to find points by the position of the tile map. I'm just not quite sure how to do it. Thanks for hanging out while you can. Yeah, see you later. Thank you. Let's see. So Weight scale. Probably just gonna leave that at 1. I think for my own sanity, I'm just gonna have the enemies move in cardinal directions. And then, before I even do that, need to get the position, which get see, it's a map to world, I believe. Then we want to I should be able to get cell size. Yep. just to, so the first one that should be returned is this. So looks like roughly what I'm expecting. It's like 96 by 96. I thought you could just dynamically add stuff. I guess that's not really the point right now, though. Let's see if this basic idea works. Okay, so this should be giving me the center of each tile, because the position it returns is always at the top left corner. Just how tiles work, I guess. Although, oh yeah, except that you actually can, I think, give it flags to give you the center automatically, but fun to do things yourself sometimes, I guess. Okay. So with that, I think it's about time for me to take my lunch break. So probably try to make that like a half an hour or less, and then I'll be back to do some more of this. All right, thank you everyone who's hung out with me so far. Definitely, this probably isn't as fun as the brainstorming session on the first day, but this is when the real work starts to happen. So hopefully we can get this done by the end of the day. All right, I'll be back later. Alright, hello and welcome everyone. I am back. Took a little bit longer on that lunch break than I wanted to, but I also feel well fed, well full, however you say it. Alright, let's get right back into this. So I was thinking, first of all, I think I'm going to elevate this to a class variable here. See, I did properly switch over, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. And then what I'm thinking is, because I think the reason that doing something like this doesn't work is it's because you can't do like two-dimensional stuff like that. You have to set up the first one and then do the second one. So what I think I might do just make it a string of the vector to itself for the, let's see, which that will definitely make it some goofy names, but it should be valid. Then if I ever want to look up anything on the table, I can just pass in the whatever world to map coordinates, I believe. Yeah, because that returns a vector 2, and that'll be the cell positions from whatever world position we're trying to look up. And then that will let us get the index of whatever point on the A star map that we've created. So and so that oh, and then also I want to change this one to be right. I'm going to change it to -1 because I don't think because our A star indexes will start at 0. So -1 will mean that it's not there's no A star point there, because we check to see if it's our empty index, then we do all the stuff to make the A star point. So this will basically later when we're looking up stuff, you know, and we need to see if we want to connect 2 points together, this will tell us that that isn't possible, I think. And then we'll just see how that looks. So yeah, so 0, 0 is like this top one here. This is the first one on a rectangle of used tiles. And since it's a wall and not an empty tile, it gets set to -1. But, so this is 0, 0. So this should be 0, 1 and then 1, 1. So 1, 1 is our first one where it should be actually set to something. Yes. Not really. Oh, right. Okay, and so 1, 1 is this first empty tile here. And then so 2, 1 will hopefully be an A star index of 1. Which unfortunately, because of the way dictionaries work, it sorts things lexicographically instead of like numerically or anything like that. So 10 is going to come before 2, and then 20 would come before 3 and stuff like that. And unfortunately, it looks like 10 through 19 all come before 2, 1, but that looks like it's correct. So this might be overkill, and I might need to find some way to rein this back later. I in fact think, so let's do something we know isn't in there. Print A star array dot has string and we're going to look up -1, -1, which should be outside of it. I think this is a good way to maybe so that returns false. Okay, so I think instead of storing this, actually, I think this should be good enough for looking up the neighbors. And so now it should only have, so we'll put in our first known one that shouldn't be in there, and then our first known one that should be in there. And it looks like that did it correctly. Let's just do one more where we print out the array, although it should really be a dictionary at this point. It is a dictionary, but I'm just calling it an array for some reason. And so, yeah, now, okay, so this should reduce the data we're holding. It's still not quite the most eloquent solution, but it's a game jam. Nothing's going to be overly eloquent. We're just trying to get something workable here. And so now, after we add each point, going to connect them up in cardinal directions. So we're going to search for the tile to the left, the tile up, and then should do right and down, but I think that those will always come later. So it would be, oh, hey, thanks for showing up. How are you doing today? So yeah, I think that checking for the tile to the right and tile down would be a waste of processing power, because if those get connected into the matrix, then or the A star map thing, it's gonna those will add the left and up neighbors when they get added to the list in the first place. So if A star array dot has string vector 2. That's good. Glad to hear that. Vector 2 cell x, let's see, minus, I'm going to check for up first. So that's going to be just be cell x, and then it's going to be cell y minus 1. And actually, this is a bad way to go about it, I think, because I want to I'm gonna have to reuse these values over and over, so it's always a good idea to just make them into variables so it's easier to read and easier to manage. And this one would be same cell y, but it's x minus 1. So we're gonna check for right? That's good. Okay. All right. So A star connect. A star connect points. We're connecting current ID to the one that we want to connect to, and we do want to make it bidirectional. Oh yeah? Did you do A star stuff before? Because this is my first time working with it. I'm using the tile map to check a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know there's ways that when you're making your tile set, you're supposed to be able to just make like say if right now I only have the wall texture, so it's kind of a bad example, but I could have a floor texture, and so instead of adding a collision shape, you should be able to add some kind of navigational mesh to it, and then have those all along the floor, and then you can use like the actual just like automatic navigation. But right now I'm just using the tile map that I have built to, first it checks to see the used rectangle, which is everything, you know, that there is a block for. So like, you know, if you add another one like there, you know, now the rectangle is expanded out there. So basically I have the rectangle of everything where tiles are, and then I'm going through and seeing which ones are empty. Eventually I'll change this to whatever ones I have to be a floor tile. You actually can do that in game. I'll probably end up getting into that either later today or tomorrow, because I want to do some random map generation. Try to turn this into almost like a roguelike a little bit. Hopefully, cross your fingers that things get that far. Let's see. Alright, so connect points. And then for this one, I can just say the current index is the one that it is right now, because we don't increment it until afterwards. And then a star array string upsell. I'm just going to explicitly tell it that I want it to be bidirectional there. Yeah, I'd like to eventually learn how to do mazes and stuff like that. Seems like it could be cool. I think for this, you definitely want like some open rooms, kind of like in this style, and then I want to so there'll be another room up here, so I'll add like a little path here that you can go up, and then it connects to the other room somehow. That's my current plan anyway. And I'll probably keep it easy on myself and make all the rooms the same size, but they get progressively bigger and there's more of them as the game goes on. So that will check for the up neighbor, and then if a star array that has string left cell. This is basically the same code again. Then actually, I don't know why I got rid of it, but I'm going to print again, because I want to do a test after this to see if we can get a path. Print. Alright, hopefully it doesn't break. And it broke. Index 02 on base dictionary. Where's this error happening? It's happening Cool. So now what I want to do is, because so every node on the A star map is listed here basically by tile index, or not tile index but tile position. So I want to just check, and it'd be awesome if I could make some code to draw the path, but I don't really feel like it's going to be a waste of time right now, even though doing like drawing tools is good. I just don't really think it's a good use of my time at the moment. So this is 18.9. Okay, so 1.1 to 18.9. So that should be index 18.9 is 151, and then 1.1 should be 0. And so theoretically, I think there's a get like path or something. Get ID path. Yeah, I mean, isn't that how everyone else does it? Just print War and Peace to the console every time you run the game. I'm sure that the engine won't get stressed out by that. "52 paragraphs of lorem ipsum." I think it's get ID path. And so that'll be 0 to 151. And it usually helps if you call functions from the object that they're defined in. I found that to be an important part of software development. I mean, it's definitely doing something. From intuition, that seems about right. So it looks like it basically goes across here a little bit, and then it starts jumping down rows. Yeah, that happens to me literally every project I work on. I'll end up like wanting to like get like real-time feedback on something, and then it's like, you're putting too much to the console, what are you doing? And it's like, fine, I'll take the time to make like a proper HUD element where I can view stuff in real time. I should learn how to do like debug logs or something where it just prints it to a text file with like a timestamp or something on it. I feel like that would be helpful for me. And then I assume that once you have an index, get point position. It's like it's like they thought of everything. I will admit this is a lot easier than the time I tried to roll my own A-star code and then figured out that there is already an A-star object implemented. Actually. Pool byte array should... Wait, that's what it was, right? Pool int array, rather. So get... Oh, and then this one would just be if you wanted the positions themselves, it looks like. Let's do that actually. See, but it takes the same inputs, it looks like, so get... Come on, can I remember something for 2 seconds here? Get point path. And so I can feed this into actually use this to double check what path it's taking. This will probably be easier to parse out than yeah, it looks like it's doing what it's supposed to. So it looks like from goes all the way. Oh, okay. So no, that's not what it's doing. Okay, so it goes from 1 to 11. And then it goes down 1. And then it goes C11. No, it goes down 2. Then it goes over to 12. Or wait, no, it goes like this. And then 13. Yeah, it looks like it's doing what it's supposed to, so I'm satisfied. Yeah, there was one time, like a long time ago, I was making like a simple like you click on a tile and then the character moves over there kind of thing. And I was so proud because I implemented a whole like A-star algorithm myself. And then I like looked something up online and I found it within like 2 seconds that Godot already had one implemented in. I was so mad. Let's see. So that's probably about it for this then. This is going to be where it gets kind of interesting because I'm going to have to refer back to the level now. What I really need is chase. Okay, so we need to get the enemy's current location. That's what we need. So position will now be that, so I need to look up the a start. So now we can look up I'll just do it the good way to make sure. A star array. But has function connect. What do you mean it returned the value? I've never used that before. All right, if you like printing to the council. won't work. Parent. Oh, it does. Okay, so in 0, it just returns a sign of 0 instead of -1 or 1, which is good. I think the rest of it only applies to platformers, really. Alright. Oh boy. Alright, yeah. So it seemed to do something there, but without being able to take off. Really, that should only continue as long as there's something in the path array. Okay, so it moved or. up front. And 0.5 is an awfully big margin, likely to lead to some weirdness, but I think it should not work at all. That's what I meant to say. Aha, okay. So I think the problem is that we get the new path every frame. But really, we should only get a new path if the player changes positions. New path isn't, well. What? Always nice when you make really obvious programming mistakes in front of a live audience. Yeah. You're just not gonna work at all though, huh? Like I said. What are you doing over there, buddy? I don't think it can make this a feature, unfortunately. Definitely entertaining, though. First of all, I don't think this has anything to do with it, but just want to get rid of that. Man, this is not what I want at all, but I'm gonna have to, like, this is some interesting behavior. I feel like this could be used for something. Not in this game, but, you know. It's funny. It's like it's moving with a mind of its own. And it's like somewhere between being like very interested in the player and then it like goes and hides in a corner. And just runs away, but man. All right. Well, yeah, some interesting behavior. I feel like just like fundamentally the movement code, there's something wrong with it. So either I'm giving it an incorrect direction or I'm not updating it correctly. Yeah, so it starts off and it looks like it tried to go farther away at first. And I don't know. Well, it's been an hour at this point, so I think I'm gonna go take a short, like 5-minute break. Then I'll be back and hopefully I have at least another hour in me or something. Feel like I might have to do again what I did on what was it? It was Saturday? Yeah, Saturday night where I take a break for a few hours and then come back for like either asset creation stream or maybe some more programming later on tonight. But I think I at least have one more hour in me. So yeah, I'll be right back. Thanks again for watching. Alright, I am back. We're here for, I think this is probably going to be the final hour from now, and then later on I might stream again. Alright. So, kinda gonna stop printing this because there's obviously some weird stuff going on. Instead, I'm gonna print here. To see if it's actually updating to get the next node. And I don't think it is. Because it's doing something where it never actually gets up, and now I am stuck on the wall for some reason. Alright. A lot of fun stuff happening here all at once. So I guess the next place to look is move direction updating the way that it seems like it should. And it's definitely not. Why is it not? Because not only is it moving, it seems like it's moving away, but then it's also moving in both directions, which shouldn't be happening necessarily. So in this instance, global position X should be bigger. That makes sense. I think I thought this out in my head and then I wrote it down wrong. And then it jitters. Good, good. All right. perhaps the problem is this, because I need to give it the possibility to snap from both directions. And it's also that actually might not matter because it's just should be the same except one of them is negative. Pool int array. I guess I could just use remove here. Nope. But it's a good sign because it shows that it actually successfully went. Ah, there we go. It is getting hung up on collision though, as I kind of expected it would. Gotta do something here. Enemy. Gonna add a timer. Gonna make the wait. No. 1 second seems fair. Might reduce that. Or actually, it might not matter because I can just set it wherever I set the timer off. It's definitely something kind of logically inconsistent about the way I have this set up, because if there's anything that ever makes it so that it shouldn't chase, it shouldn't. Because basically all this does is actually find the path. But for now, this is how I have it set up. So parent, what was that variable? It was get new path. Whenever it does get a new path, and then the timer should start, and I'll just give it 1 for now. We'll see how that feels. It might be too long, it might be too short. Yeah, so right now don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna check it out for a bit. Okay, so the way that it is right now, even though he doesn't have a collision on, he's still respecting the collision of the tile net because of the way we have the A star set up. So that's good. That's looking a lot better. And I think, can I still kill you without that? I actually can't. Okay, that's a different issue. I know why that happens. That one is because I think that the player, the bullet checks for collision on body entered, I could very easily make that area entered. Just make the enemy itself an area 2D. So that we don't need this extra collision shape in here that doesn't really do anything for us. Still very much, I have a lot more experience with platformers than I do top-down games. And, you know, platformers, you really need the enemies to have their own collision so that you can do gravity and stuff like that with them. But in this case, it kind of feels like everything's working out the way it should. At the very most, maybe I would have maybe a small collision box so that that only interacts with the player and not the tile set, so that they could still be pushed around or something. But that might not be necessary for like the level of prototype we got going on for a game jam like this. All right, so now I have to get that timer ready. So timer.connect. And I think this will make the pathfinding look a little bit more natural, because he will actually, like, I can't just stand in one place and then juke him out. He's gonna catch up a little bit quicker than that. And I mean, if he's like imperfect at all, it's sort of okay. Especially for this one, because the time munchers are not really supposed to be like the smartest enemies. Like, you know, they're basic cannon fodder. They're basically there to get in your way while you're trying to kill more difficult things as the game progresses. Now I'm gonna reset and make sure that it will it always. No, that's actually something I'm gonna work on. I'm probably gonna make the raycast a little bit bigger, and basically what I'm gonna have it do is that I want there to be some latency on it, so that like it will finish its path, but then after that, if it tries to get a new path, if it can't see the player anymore, it won't get a new path, and then it'll just go back to doing what it was before. It'll go back to its idle state, because like I don't want it to be like completely stupid, like where if, you know, if I was to do something like this, you know, I get its attention and then I run behind the wall and it's like, oh, where'd he go? You know, because the, you know, in this case, the ray is going through the wall. Like, I don't want him to just give up. You know, I want him to go to like the last known location or something like that. And then if he can't see the player anymore, then it'll go back to the idle behavior or whatever. But no, yeah, I will be updating that. I wasn't worrying about that because my first concern was to get it working at all. So let's see. Then I need to change this. Close you, close you, close you. And then open. And bullet is in area 2D. I don't think I've really ever used area 2Ds before, but they're surprisingly useful. I like them. Let's see, area entered would be what it is. And hence the area 2D. Here's the question though. Area 2D, which I'm already in. Doesn't have move code, so I'm gonna have to change that. I mean, let's not be coy about it, let's just do it. And then instead of move and slide, it's gonna, first of all, I'm gonna have to get delta. And then I'm gonna have to pass in delta. Instead of doing this, derivative speed times delta, and that should still basically work. I mean, I wasn't using move and slide for what it really is intended for. Just using it as lazy movement code. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Godot. I don't know why that made everything glitch out of existence. Okay. And it looks like it still works. Right, I never changed the bullet code. I gotta say, live streaming while you're trying to do some serious like programming work of any kind, it takes a strain on your attention span. Hopefully everyone's at least having some amount of fun, and maybe it will be an educational watch for somebody in the future, just to see what game development's kind of like. Nope, not doing that one, I'm doing this one. Oof. hold on. That also doesn't make sense. See, I think you can actually cheat here. I think you can have it use both. Obviously didn't work. Emitted when another area enters. New plan. So leave it on the enemy. But since the enemy, I think, is on the second collision layer, which I could honestly take off, probably. Because this one is the one that hits the player. And so now the collision box. Oh, hold on. Okay, I do want it on the second layer because I want to make sure that the bullet hits the second layer. So what I really need to do is just remove the second layer from the tile map and it should work out. Oh, and then also when you have a kinematic body 2D, you should enable its collision shape if you want it to detect collisions. Pro tip. There we go. Nope, it's still not doing it. Actually, the bullet is just going through everything now. Did it do that before? Oh god. I don't need to be printing this stuff out anymore. There any reason? Jeez, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Drop my game controller. There we go. I think I originally changed the collision layers for the bullet to make sure it didn't collide with the player, but now it spawns safely outside the collision box. And I mean, it's probably physically impossible to even hit yourself with your own bullet. Sorry about that. I'm not upset. Programming definitely never really makes me angry. It makes me the kind of frustrated where you go and you smoke like a half a pack of cigarettes to try to figure it out. You'll just be sitting there for hours trying to it's like, why didn't that work? And it's always something so stupid. It's like there's not really an equivalent, but it's like the old-fashioned semicolon from the ceiling, which is, it'll be one stupid thing. All your logic is right, but you'll be working on a piece of source code for days, and it won't compile, it won't build, it won't run, it glitches out, everything's horrible, and then you find that one semicolon and it's like, I can't believe I just lost a week of my life to this shit. Now the question is, what are we doing now? That took me took me 4 of the 5 hours I'm probably going to be streaming today. And I mean, it wasn't nothing. It's a decent amount of stuff done. It's not quite, I'm not quite to the place that I thought I'd be by the end of today. I suppose that always comes with no, it just comes with the territory. See, that's the healthy way of dealing with your problems. That's how you have a healthy relationship with the work you're doing, is to just walk away from it and let the answer come to you. I'm always just so stubborn about it, though. So right, that's right. One last thing. I think this will probably be the last thing I try to do, and hopefully it doesn't take 3 hours to do this either. But I'm gonna try to do that thing I was talking about earlier, where if it loses sight of the player, then it won't get a new path. So. And probably the easiest way to do that is to right. This is what I didn't know earlier, is how to transition from the state chase back to the idle state. That's probably step one. So there's a condition now to go back to the idle state. And I'm thinking, okay, here's what I'm thinking. If it actually gets to the end of the path, then that's probably when it should check again to see if it can see the player. I'm actually gonna. Oh wait, no, this is probably gonna break it actually. I don't need to assign it, I just need to call it. So now There we go. That took quite a bit of convincing to actually get him off my trail. Perhaps a better demonstration would be something along these lines. It should be much more capable of juking about this way. Okay, obviously I thought something was going on in my code that was not. Okay, so Let's see. All right, I think that's good. I think now this just needs to be a little bit longer. 256. That's 4 times. I feel like. So 640. This might be overkill. This is definitely one of those things that would have to be tested out for balance. That was a little bit too far. So 624 by 8. Let's do 500. What does that look like? So it's like technically working, but it's just like slightly off. Well, I think that's about all I have in for me for today. So, thanks for everybody who stopped by and hung out for a while. I appreciate it. Today probably wasn't as fun as Saturday, just because it's always fun when someone's doodling on stream. This is a little bit more hardcore development from somebody trying out some new things I hadn't before. I think it's coming along okay. I'm slightly less confident than I was before, but still somewhat confident. Like, it's not horrible. So, all right. So, I guess without further ado, my name is Anna Merrill, also known as Ethan Merrill, and this has been Let's Jam for the Godot Wild Jam number 16. I will be probably done for today. I might come on a little bit later, maybe like 7 or 8 Eastern Standard Time if I do it all. But otherwise, you can count on seeing me tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. And I hope you come and check things out. All right. Have a good day, everybody.